Did you know one skill, copywriting, can make you earn a six-figure amount? Well, my name is Shruti Agarwal and I have 5 years of industry experience in digital marketing. So in this video, I will give you a free tutorial how you can become a copywriter and earn a six-figure amount and why business pays so much for it. So let's get started.
Hi everyone, good morning. So chalo, let's just get started with it. For the social media and any other platform that you wish to create your content calendar on. Other than that, we will also be looking at some very good tools which might help you in writing headlines, which might help you in giving power words, which might help you in even analyzing as to what content has worked for some brands, what content has not worked for some brands, and so on. So I would be looking at that whole aspect majorly. And then 10%, we would be focusing on, how you can come up with blogs, what is the structure in which you need to write a blog, what is the product description, what are the important factors in writing a product description, and so on. Okay. I request all of you all to please switch on your cameras. The only reason why I'm into teaching today currently is because I get to see new faces. I get to meet new people and, it just becomes like a very interactive class. So I request all of you all to do that. It's a genuine request. So please switch on your cameras, everyone, because I do not like to teach the black screen. Chalo, let's get started. I will be making like a lot of notes in my class. So yeah. I generally have a habit of making a lot of notes in the class so that whatever is written in the PPT, of course, that PPT will be shared to you by the end of the class. Along with these notes, it will be shared with you so that, you guys also can take it as a further reference in the industry whenever you go about. Okay. Let's get started, chalo, okay? So over here, first and foremost is content marketing. So what is content? I'm glad that you guys have switched on your camera. Just don't switch on, switch off. Content is anything that we see, we hear, we feel, etc. We understand that is coming into our near surroundings. We get used to it, and that is all what is content. We must be coming across more than 3,000 ads in a day, subconsciously or consciously. And from those 3,000 ads that we are coming across, we might actually, remember like a very handful of 10 to 15 ads that we really interact with in terms of taking an action, clicking onto that ad, creating more awareness, creating importance, etc. and so on. So that is nothing but content. Now, before you come up with any content strategy, first let's understand why a brand needs a content and what are some of the reasons as to why a content can go viral. So I will be focusing on a lot of factors today as to, how content goes viral, what are some important do's and don'ts of it, and so on. So people love to see anything which is fresh. Currently, there is a lot of content which was revolving around Shefali when her death was there. Currently, there is a lot of content which is revolving around Labubu, the toy. Now people are saying that toy is possessed, it is a demon and whatnot. So there is so much content which is revolving around that. There is so much content which is revolving around India-England series also and so on. So basically, the whole ideology of the industry is whenever any piece of content which is absolutely fresh, that piece of content gets the most views. That piece of content really gets the highest amount of engagement, and that particular piece of content generally creates a lot of relevancy. So if Raksha Bandhan is around the corner, it's just 1 month to Raksha Bandhan now, it's on 9th August. So there is already a lot of content which has started flowing onto that. So the point over here, the third point over here is whenever there is any topical event happening, either in terms of a festive or any topical event happening in terms in the country, and you start talking about that particular content, it generally makes a lot of sense that, people respond to that content. There is this myth, okay, which which new marketers, when they enter in the industry, that they have is that if Raksha Bandhan is on 9th of August, I will start promoting things of Raksha Bandhan from 1st of August. No, that's absolutely like a wrong strategy to take forward with, because if Raksha Bandhan is on 9th of August, you do have to start planning campaigns from 15th of July, which is like 2-3 days in a row now. People have already started planning a lot of content around that, because you will have to give the time and the space to the algorithm to run your ads, to run your content, because there are so many brands like you who are advertising on the satellite. So algorithm really has to take that extra efforts for them to actually, make sure that your ad reaches to the right amount of people. There are so many people advertising about hampers, rakis, clothing, etc. The prepay sale, the payday sale, which is on Amazon right now. There is so much content which is flowing around that, etc. Point over here is, whenever there is any topical festival or any topical event happening in the country, make sure that as a marketer, you start picking up those topics 15 days prior to the topical event or the topical festive that is there in the country. You start creating content on that, because A, your content will be fresh. People would love to see it. B, it will create the utmost amount of engagement in terms of likes, comments, and shares. And there are very high chances that if you are picking up a content which is absolutely fresh, there are very, very, very high chances that the content can go viral. So exactly for this reasons, brand needs a content, because users love to see whatever is the fresh content. A lot of movies have been released in last 4 weekends. Metro, In Life Metro, Sayyara, one more movie I think of Ajay Devgan is released. I'm not very sure of the name. So all of the content is really revolving around this. There, some people are creating content on writing reviews, some are showing the clips, some are discussing the storyline, the acting, the chemistry, etc. So people are loving that content. The more you develop a content which is fresh for the brand, the more it creates engagement and the more it is absolutely relevant for the audience to react on. Now, before we sit to draft any content strategy, this is ideally the structure that you should first think in your head as to, what your content strategy will revolve around. So first and foremost, you need to think of the platform for which you're going to write the content. So these are like the absolute 3 pillars of content. One is deciding the platform. Second is understanding the audience and its persona. Third is understanding the different content formats which are available in the industry. So your content does not look monotonous and does not look repetitive in its own way. I'm repeating. First is you need to understand for which platform you're writing your content. Second is you need to understand the persona, okay, audience persona. For whom are you writing this content? Because if you do not keep yourself in the shoe of that audience, understanding the difficulties, the problems that your audience is going on to it, you can never come up with the content. Third is you need to understand the format in which you need to structure your content on the same, and think over of it, because there are so many different formats and buckets that you can pick up and choose your content from the same. Now over here, coming on to the first pillar, which is the platform. Now, there are 3 types of platforms that we generally get our recognition into. For whom are we writing our content? I want all of you all to make a note of it. There are 3 platforms that we generally get a note into. For whom are we planning to write our content when we first think of a platform? First is the owned media. Second is the earned media. Third is paid collaborations. I'm repeating what I just said. First is the owned media. Second is the earned media. And third is paid collaborations. Okay. Now, what all comes under owned media? Any assets which are practically owned by the company is nothing but an owned media. I'm repeating, any assets which are practically owned by the company is nothing like an owned media, like owning a space on the website, owning a space on the web to create your own website is nothing but your own company asset. I'll just write it down in the source.
Hi, Miss. Just a question.
Yeah.
Before we're designing like class, can we take this one? Because
Yeah,
I
yeah.
because I got
Absolutely.
right. Because I'm getting before I was getting like an email about the web designing class. Then yesterday I got this message for content
It is
marketing.
absolutely no connection to it. So it's absolutely fine.
Sure.
Okay. Now, when you are writing or when you are picking up an owned media, which is nothing, which is like a space that a brand owns on the satellite in terms of owning its own website, owning its own app, etc., is nothing but an owned media. Now, the content approach over here that needs to be taken in terms of an owned media is nothing that your content needs to be as transparent as possible to depict a personality of a brand. We all agree that all the brands have different personality. If we just take an example of the chocolate industry, do you think the personality of a Lind chocolate would be same as a Dairy Milk, or would it be different?
It will be different.
It will be different, right? What does a Lind depict and what does a Dairy Milk depict? What
I
does a
think
Lind depict? And yeah,
Lindt comes in a very luxurious chocolate. Like it's a very luxury chocolate to have. And Dairy Milk is like we also get Dairy Milk in 5 rupees and 10 rupees. So the market is different, the audience is different, and the brand is different.
exactly. So she's absolutely right. Lind comes in a very premium category of chocolate. Of course, the quality of the chocolate also that they are using is absolutely premium. You come to know the difference when you're having a Lind and when you're having a Dairy Milk. It's not every day that we go ahead and purchase a Lind, but it's every day that we can just go ahead and pick up a Dairy Milk. So Dairy Milk comes in a very affordable range of a chocolate, and Lind comes in a very premium range of a chocolate. The way these two chocolates are also communicating with each other is absolutely different. So Lind talks about more purity. Lind talks about the exclusive ingredients that it is using in the chocolate, the dry fruits, the dry nuts. Excuse me, sorry. So Lind, Lind generally chooses the type of chocolate which or the communication which is absolutely premium. Dairy Milk depicts a personality which is absolutely affordable. Sorry. That you can even choose when you're gifting to one another. So whenever the content is written for any of these owned medias, you have to keep in mind as to what personality do you want the brand to depict? Do you want it to depict a very affordable personality or a premium personality? Or how do you want to, place it in the market as compared to other brands or as compared to competitor brands? And based on that, you think of your content approach for the brand. So it also needs to be as detailed and transparent as to what products, what services, what is the mission goal, what is the vision goal that the brand plans to give. And according to that, you can go ahead and write the content on the same. Next is you think of an earned media. Now, under earned media, any idea what all will come? Next is the earned media. What comes under earned media? Under earned media comes all the social media platforms that you want your brand to have presence on. Now, if you talk about Lind, Lind is a chocolate which may not have presence on Snapchat, which may not have presence on what we say on Facebook, because I don't think the audience of Lind is over there. But there are very high chances it can have a presence on LinkedIn. It can have a presence on depicting the company culture. It can have a presence on Instagram. It can have a presence on YouTube. It can have a presence even on Twitter. Dairy Milk as a brand will have a presence across all these platforms because it's a very affordable brand. So it depends. Whenever you choose to pick up a brand, understand the key over here is understanding the nature of every platform is very important over here. If I just start with Facebook, okay? What is the active age group? I want all of you responding to me on the chat with this question. What is the most active Facebook age group which is present on Facebook currently? I'm repeating, what is the most active age group which is present on Facebook currently?
I believe 50 to 50 above or 40 above.
50 above, 40 above, okay. What else? Facebook, I'm specifically talking about Facebook.
About 30 to 50 would be the mid.
30 to 50. What else? What are the suggestions? What is the age group which is the most actively present on Facebook?
30 to 50.
30 to 50, absolutely. Summing up to what you said is 35 to 55. It goes up to 60 also. There is no wrong and harm in marking anybody till 60. But we generally do not mark people till 60 on Facebook because they know the brand. They might consume a content. They are 100% present on the platform. But they do not take any action with the brand in terms of creating, making a purchase, ordering some products. No, they are dependent on the younger generation to do that. Hence, a result of which we do not mark people which are above 60. Facebook's most active is this. Instagram. What is Instagram? Come on. What is Instagram?
I think,
15 to 35.
yeah, 15 to 30, 35.
Okay.
Like
Official, yeah.
10 to 25.
15 to 25.
When you say 10, when you say 15, you guys are not wrong. 100% that audience is present on Instagram. But the official age of advertising for any of the platforms like Facebook and Instagram
18.
under Meta,
18.
18.
Yeah,
It starts with 18 years. So you can connect with people who are below 18, but they now are giving you options to choose that also. But when you choose that, you definitely get an error in marking them. So 18 to 35 is the most active age group currently, which is present on Instagram. I am not saying people above 40 are not present, people above 50 are not present. They are present. My parents are also present, but they only are present to consume content. They do not leverage that platform in terms of creating content like a story or a reel or pictures or any of that. They rather are more comfortable on Facebook for doing the same. Okay. Now, YouTube as a platform, what is the most active age group?
I think 18 to 50.
18 to 50.
55. I think this Insta one, the same age group, I think.
18 to
18 to
55.
40. 18 to 40, 45.
18 to 65. But you can communicate to ads to them up to 55, 60. 18 to 65 is an official age where you can, direct your ads to, but generally people do not target up to 65. The speciality of YouTube is it is a channel for everyone. There are a lot of content on YouTube which is revolving even in the regional dialects. Like a Gujarati content is there, a Maharashtrian content is there, content is even revolving in English, in Hindi, in Tamil, in Kannada, in all the other languages, which people are actively sitting to consume that content. So YouTube as a platform is very, very, very famous for giving content to every age group. As a result of which, it has a wide range of content, a wide range of audience present over there. Snapchat. Snapchat.
18 to 25.
She's absolutely right. There is no argument on this. 18 to 25. Of course, people below 18 are also present and very active on Snapchat. Official age starts with that. People about 25 are not interested on being Snapchat. They are over it. Linden.
20 to 40 and on
Yeah,
that.
20 to 40.
20 to 40.
45. 45, I guess.
55.
Yeah.
Up to 55. VPs, CEOs, CFOs, all of those people level are also present on LinkedIn, which are definitely above the age of 55, 50, 55. Twitter. What is the current age group? Come on, guys.
20 to 40 or 45.
20 to 50.
18 to 60.
Yeah.
Can say around 25 to 55 is the most current active age group on Twitter. People are just present in the age of 25 on Twitter to see political news, to see what is trending. And there is one more reason which I'll tell you in some time as to what Twitter is famous for. Pinterest is also comes under the earned media, which is the social media bucket. MX Takatak also comes under social media bracket. You guys would be amused. There are more than 20 social media channels which are there on which a brand can choose to advertise. We have just handfully named 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There is Josh, there is Koo, there is E, there was TikTok. There are so many platforms, especially very much famous for the age group which cater to the tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 cities like Mumbai, Delhi, Chandigarh, Bangalore, Hyderabad. They all are tier 1 metropolitan cities. But there are also tier 2 cities like Pune, Jaipur, Udaipur, Chhattisgarh, Haryana. They all are tier 2, tier 3 cities where some of these apps really work wonders. Tell me. Pinterest.
So
Sir,
20,
yeah. Sorry.
18 to 25.
18 to 30, 35.
18 to 35. Lot of people are taking a lot of inspiration from Pinterest, creating mood boards. There are so many content which is revolving around then Pinterest tea tops, Pinterest tea summer edits, winter edits, what not, DIY articles. So it is a myth that this platform is only for the female audience. It is one of the best selling platforms, even for males in terms of, searching content over there. And it is also one of the best platforms which supports SEO. You search anything on Google, one or two links, 100% will be of Pinterest, which will pop. 100% of Pinterest, which will pop up. It is one of the best SEO friendly websites. To rank your brand, just for the sake of having a presence on this website, a brand should have its presence. Because if somebody is searching for the keyword which your brand is using, like for example, if my brand is for watches, and I'm searching for a luxury watch, definitely Pinterest page will rank up onto the Google search. So it's one of the best websites. There is MX Takatak, there is Quora, yeah. There is Quora, there is Josh, there is Kubu. So many platforms are there. There are more than 20 social media platforms which are present on which a brand can actually choose to, market over there. I will be showing you one campaign which was done on MX Takatak by this very famous brand Pepsi in the upcoming slides. I will show you and you will be amused as to the kind of engagement that they got and what kind of content did they come up with for that tier 2, tier 3 cities is that people actually went bonkers on. Now, my whole point over discussing so much over here was whenever you are choosing any platform for your brand, it is not important that the brand should have a presence on all platforms. Your first thought process needs to be there as to what is the behavior of your brand. So the question that you need to think of first is, what is the behavior of the brand? Okay. So what is of the platform? platform. Sorry, not brand, platform. What is the behavior of the platform? Now, when I talk about Facebook, if I am telling that the most active age group on Facebook is 35 to 55, can you communicate to the person on Facebook exactly like the way you're communicating to a person on Instagram? Like, for example, if I take a brand Pizza Hut, okay, Pizza Hut is for masses. An 18-year also is consuming a pizza, a 55-year-old is also consuming a pizza, but the thought processes are very different. To an 18 to 25-year-old, if you're targeting, and if they want to consume pizza and you want to convince them to buy a pizza from you, what kind of ads would you show? You would show that they are enjoying a pizza, bunking a lecture, sitting with their friends, enjoying a slice of pizza, that cheesy pizza, overloaded pizza, and all of that. But if the same brand you want to market to a 55-year-old or a 40-year-old, they would probably love to enjoy a pizza sitting with their own family members over a weekend on a Sunday evening or a Saturday evening. It is a brand for masses. But does the communication be the same? No, the whole thought process of that communication is different. In the industry, whenever you're stepping into it, you have your own business or you're handling any brand, you first think what audience is present on which platform. To a 55-year-old, your communication would be very straightforward, would be very simple. To an 18-year-old, you can add more humor, you can add more fun, you can add all that quirkiness in your communications, you can make a roast out of them, any of it, they would love it. They would actually make your content go viral on that intention that you're doing. The same thought process goes into that. Now, if you are talking about LinkedIn as a platform, do you think you can market products on LinkedIn? What works the best on LinkedIn?
Even if we are marketing any product, it should be related to office or the culture or the work related, I think.
Very good. She's right. Any other views?
I think few courses as well to upgrade and upskill, like
Courses are to upgrade, upscale. Okay. What else? What else? On LinkedIn. Thought, leadership thought.
Maybe product and services can be.
Product. So LinkedIn is very good for B2B business. Okay. So any B2B business that you want to promote on LinkedIn, LinkedIn and Facebook both are a very good platform for that. Instagram may not give you a lot of returns on that, but B2B business, LinkedIn is the right platform for that. So it does talk about a lot about thought leadership kind of a content, industry updates, okay, that you can talk about. You can talk about your own B2B business, company culture, as to how a company is treating its employees, what team building activities are they doing, where are they participating. Even if you want to be hired in a company, you will first look at the company culture that the company is having. You will go onto their LinkedIn page, search about it, etc. If it is coming up with any new products, how that product is going to impact the environment, what changes it is going to get into the environment, all of that thought product leadership content it actually comes across with. Okay, so LinkedIn is basically a platform for that. YouTube is absolutely generic content. Okay, absolutely generic content. You put anything on YouTube, it is going to work. Lifestyle video, food video, blog video, educational videos, cooking videos, home decor videos, software update videos, finance videos, any subject you pick up, it's going to work on YouTube. Then coming about Twitter. What works on Twitter the best? What works on Twitter the best?
Something related to what's going on right now in the world or politics, like world news.
Trending, maybe like the trending things.
The one, like thought
So,
related to them.
So news, politics, announcements, so we know that it is very famous for. Another thing which Twitter is very famous for is trending. So Twitter has this section, trending in India, trending in Bombay, trending city-wise, trending in sports, fashion, beauty, and so many things now. You know how many tweaks does it take to get into the trending section of Twitter? Out of syllabus question. How many tweaks does it take to get into the trending section of Twitter? Any idea? So I was working with this one professor, and I was working with this one project where we were discussing 2 years back about the marketing updates of 2023, for an exhibition where Facebook speakers, LinkedIn speakers, YouTube India head was supposed to come, Gopal Das was supposed to come and give a speech about it. And there were so many industry people who were going to come and, project the marketing discussions of 2023. Client had only one demand from day one. Whatever collaterals you do on the day of the event, I want to be trending in Mumbai. So we hired good 30, 40 micro influencers who could tweak about our event. So we used to continuously post, the updates of what is happening in the event, what are the statements, quotes that the, speakers gave. So if somebody was coming from Facebook India to speak, Sunita, her name was. So what quote did she give? Then from LinkedIn, what is the promising quotes that they gave and that the marketing approach was in 2023? And we started tweaking about every 10 minutes, for the people to retweak it. Now, while we were tweaking all of this, there were other people in the auditorium that we had hired to tweak more about, what was going on to the event in terms of clicking pictures, clicking snippets of videos, and all of that. And there were other good 30 micro influencers that we had hired to retweak about all of this. When the retweaking reached up to 15,000 retweets, that's the time we started trending on Twitter. So it's after 2 hours of the show that was actually live. After 2 hours, we were trending on Twitter because there were more than 15,000 tweets that were made on a particular hashtag, on a particular topic, on a particular quote that got us into the trending section. So when more people are talking about it, the higher are the chances that you actually trend and you come onto Twitter for the same. So to get onto the trending section of Twitter, you need more than at least 15,000 tweaks to get you raised on the trending section of Twitter. This is not just about Twitter. There is something even more to Twitter. Tell me, what is Twitter the most famous for?
The thought process, the things they put, like regarding a brand. Let's say I ordered a burger and something was not right with that burger, and I put my thoughts out, something like that.
Absolutely. Customer complaints, criticism. Very good. What else? Critics. What else? I can just say customer complaints. It's better. What else? There is one more thing.
Viral thing, like something got like memes and all.
Memes and all the Instagram पे भी ज़्यादा चलता है. So I will not give Twitter a full credit to this. There is this concept which is known as Twitter wars, okay? Brand wars. And Twitter is absolutely famous for all the kind of brand wars that come on Twitter. Amazon is fighting with Zomato, iPhone is fighting with Samsung, Uber is fighting with Ola. Simple logic hai. I'll tell you guys. How much is a brand going to spend to get more attention of the audience? Anywhere, if they want to just organically get into the head minds of the audience and create a very high recall for them, they get into a fight with each other. I'll show you 2 examples of my favorite Twitter fight. And it's not necessary that, the brand has to be related to that. It is, if there is some aesthetic connect to what the brand stands for, you can just get into a fight onto Twitter with it. Now, there was this complaint, okay, that iPhone 6 had, which is like an old brand. iPhone 6 had that it had an issue of bending. As a result of which, the phone was bending and there were a lot of customer complaints that were placed on this phone. Now, look at the kind of war that picked up. Read the content. I want all of you to read the content. There is more to it. How Samsung could keep quiet, right? Look at this. Look at the content. It is not only depicting the feature of what their product is, but it is also taunting in another way that, this is the feature that is done on purpose on our phone, but it is one of the best selling features and not like, another iPhone. And they just got into a brand war regarding the same. Now, there's one more example, okay, which is my personal favorite. It started with a Google ad, okay? So brand wars can start anywhere. It can start with basic complaints because Twitter is famous for criticism. It can start up with a stupid Google ad also. It can start up with so many things. Now, there is this two brands which is known as Oyo and Stazilla, okay? Now, this was the Google ad which Stazilla came up with. It is such stupid ad that they came up with. I mean, absolutely waste of money. They just spend it so much of money on writing Stazilla, which is absolutely wrong. You never do that in an ad. First, look what, and when Oyo realized it, they came up with a Google ad there and there, and look at the content over here, guys. So content is not always, flashing good things about your brand. It can also, there is no legal issue in taking a competitor's name if you are not abusing them, if you are not degrading their value and all of that. If you are not not degrading their value, but if you're not using any foul words and abusive words, it's absolutely fine with a smart play of words you can run. So content is not always about writing content for a product or writing content for a social media page. It also makes a lot of efforts in writing content which goes on these Google ads also. Now, Stazilla did not keep quiet onto it. It got onto Twitter with these series of creatives.
Isn't that degrading to Oyo? Like,
Yeah, but it's just not directly abusing, right? There is no abusive language which is used. It's just done with a smart play of words. There is more to this. Read, they did not keep quiet so easily. And there is more to this.
but it gets benefited to both of them, I guess.
They look at the kind of engagement that these guys have got. I mean, you cannot see the statistics over here, but it was one of the trending topics. And there is more to this. No, that's it. Yeah, that's it. So over here, they did reply to this and look at the hashtag that they came up with for that. Aur kya chahiye? So they do stand for the brand aesthetics that they connect to with well. And it was not any abusive language that they used against each other, but they did taunt each other, but in a very smart way. People love gossip. People love fights. And this is exactly what Twitter is famous for. One more example I like to take. Look at this example of Amazon and Zomato, okay? So they both also landed up in a very big brand war. They both are very different in its own ways. But when a brand wants more attention and wants to be at the top of the head of the consumer so that the consumer makes a purchase with the brand, they come up with all this nonsense. Look at this. Creative. So basically, Zomato had like a change of logo, and to which Amazon felt that, oh my God, I should taunt Zomato. No fancy creatives, just play of words. There is more to this.
So we can use other brands' creatives like this.
What is wrong in that? If you find there is some problem, you can always pinpoint and use. You type Twitter brand wars, you will get hundreds of examples of these. Now इसमें flat chat का तो कोई connection ही नहीं था, but somewhere in the communication that they were having, he just found a content that could connect with it, what its brand stands for, to which even Urban Ladder then joined the fight. Even if you looked at the Samsung and at the iPhone brand war that happened, there was absolutely no connection with Pringles being a part of the war. Just because it had that bend and somewhere aesthetically it connected with the brand, it joined the war. So the one of the important objectives of every brand is, when you are even picking up a brand of your choice, to see the kind of brand wars that are happening on Twitter currently, and to make sure that you join some of that war in order to get more attention and in order to get more of this. It has more than 154 retweets and 123 likes organically, which is like a very good thing for a brand. So it's not easy to be on the top of the head of the consumers all the time. If you are on the top of the head somewhere being participating in these brands, of course it's going to hamper your imagery, but it will even sometimes be reverse psychology, where people actually remember you, search for your products, and actually end up buying from your brand. It is just play of words. Wherever they could find some connect with where their brand stands, they enter into the fight. So Twitter, if I summarize it, it's very, very famous for brand wars, and it's very famous for, getting more attention for the same. So your one of the tasks needs to be seeing a brand war which is active onto these brands, and how you can, actually participate in the brand wars in order to increase the visibility and the recall for your brand. That's the only aim. No foul languages are used, no abusive images are put, no vulgar images are put. It's all clean shit, but it's all taunting in a very healthy way. Are you guys understanding the play of words? Yes, no? Last is the paid media. Now, of course, algorithms have become very smart. Nothing they are going to give you free of cost. Meta to especially, because under Meta comes Instagram, WhatsApp. I forgot to mention WhatsApp also over here. Sorry. This list has WhatsApp also as a social media brand. Yeah, so under Meta comes WhatsApp, Instagram, Facebook, all of these, Messenger, Threads, all of these platforms. So they have become like absolutely smart, unless and until you are not promoting any piece of any paid media, the visibility of your brand is going to be almost next to impossible. Now, to get a very high visibility in the paid media, what brands are doing, they are dividing their strategies into 3 sections. One, they are finding all these micro influencers whom they can actually connect with in order to grow their brand. So how much are you going to spend on ads? If I just give you a little bit of knowledge, Instagram advertising starts with 120 rupees. Facebook advertising starts with 100 rupees. LinkedIn starts with 1500 rupees. Twitter though isn't dollars. So it starts with minimum $10 in an ad that you can run. All of that, etc. Right? WhatsApp broadcast starts with 5,000 rupees. So how much is a brand going to spend on advertising? Currently, as for 2024, 2025, the rise of influencers have become tremendous. In my one of the softwares that I will be showing you for the day, there would be a section where you could find the right influencer that, for a brand whom you could connect with and, meet up to growing your community. So when those influencers are talking about your product, talking about your brand, etc., there are very high chances that people actually, invest into your brand. There is this new influencer range which has become very famous after Traitors and after Squid Games 3, as to there are a lot of influencers coming up with a lot of products, and these influencers have also picked up. Why do you think Karan Johar invited influencers more than celebrities in Traitors? There is a very big reason. Even Squid Games, if you see, there are more of influencers than celebrities because they know that these influencers have a way higher reach and a community that is going to increase the TRP of the show as compared to, a normal Big Boss or something of that sort. If you look at the Big Boss TRP and if you look at the Traitors TRP, there is a very wide range of difference. Of course, the products, both the shows format was also very different. But yes, one of the reasons is now even Big Boss has started taking influencers because they know that more than celebrities, influencers have a very high range. So in paid media, when you want to talk and advertise your brand to masses, it is one of the integral part of the content that you choose the right influencer, you target the right kind of an audience for running your ad. You can target people sitting in Delhi, people sitting in Bombay. In Bombay, I'm from Bombay. So one area, if I want to target from Bombay, like if I want to only target people sitting in an area known as Walkeshwar in Bombay, I can specifically target those set of people sitting in Walkeshwar with certain specific interest and behavior, and I can choose only to run my ads to those high class people. Rest all I can eliminate. So in order to reach onto the right content, your content to reach onto the right audience, you need to partner with influencers, you need to partner with, you need to run ads, and you need to collaborate with a lot of these channels and content creators to increase not only your relevancy, but also your engagement and also your, virality of the content to go viral and the brand to go viral. Understood? So paid media is all about, once you understand your platform that you want to come onto, once you understand the earned media that you want to be a part of, paid media is all about running ads, targeting the right choosing the right influencers for your brand. And last but not the least, the whole ball game has changed. Earlier, just advertising on social media was enough. But now only advertising is not enough. You need to choose the right influencer and you need to choose the right channel also where you know your audience is present to go on to the same. There is filter copy, there are so many. There is curly tails. There are so many such channels where you can partner with in a paid or a collaborative format, and you can go ahead with the same. So before starting the content journey, first point over here is to understand your platform journey as to what are you writing content for. Are you writing it for your own platform, which needs to have absolutely transparency? Or are you writing it for earned media where opening a page is absolutely free of cost, but every platform has its own unique behavior and own unique nature and own unique set of audience which are present on that platform to whom you can target to. Last but not the least is, once you are on that particular platform, what are the paid mediums that you are going to choose to market your brand further so that the chances of your content going viral are very, very high. Now, next point over here, the next important pillar over here is the audience. There are a lot of communication when it comes to audience, but understand it is one of the most crucial pillars, because if you are not putting yourself into the shoes of the audience, you can never understand what they're ideally wanting. You can never understand what is their thought process, and you can never curate a content as per their willingness and as per their desire. So it is absolutely unnecessary to understand audience. Now, when I'm going to talk about audience persona, there are first questions that I want to ask you is, what is your primary audience? And what do you mean by secondary audience? I'll explain this with an example. Just give me a second. So if I'm talking about a brand, Oreo biscuits we all are aware of. So Oreo has, in the case of Oreo, you guys tell me, who is the primary audience of Oreo and who is the secondary audience? Now, this is absolutely the basics to remember before you go ahead with any subject. That's why content writing is the first class. Because if these basics are not clear, running ads on social media is going to get difficult. Targeting people for Google ads, curating strategies for YouTube, everything is going to get difficult. So now tell me, who is the primary audience and what do you mean by the secondary audience? Come on.
Kids. Kids are
In the
primary
case of
audience.
Oreo. Yeah, just in the case of Oreo.
I think primary audience would be the kids,
Kids,
the
right?
age group of like very small kids. But the secondary would be the parents, like the one
People
who's
are saying
actually going
kids
to
and the
buy.
secondary would be the parents. Okay, what else? Okay, what else?
I think the Oreo shake, that guys like bakers and all who are selling out Oreo shake and all.
So that would be what, primary or secondary?
Secondary audience. First would be like kids and the teenage, like maybe teenagers or kids, childs and all.
Teenagers, kids, childs, okay. This is like the basic definition of marketing. And you take any big authors in marketing, like brand management, like a Philip Kotler or anyone, any of these authors, you will always find this definition only. Primary audience is always the set of audience who has the buying and the decision making capacity. Okay, who has the buying and the decision making capacity is nothing but a primary audience. And secondary audience is a set of audience who has an influencing capacity on the primary audience. I'm repeating, primary audience is always a set of audience who has the buying and the decision making capacity. And secondary audience is always a set of audience who has an influencing capacity on the primary audience. Now, in this case, I'm taking the same example of Oreo. Your answers would be opposite, right? So in this case, the primary audience would be the parents and the secondary would be the kids. I'll go a little more in detail. If you look at any Oreo campaigns, it's always a campaign is designed taking both of these audience into consideration. But when we are running ads, can we target the secondary audience? No. We can only target the primary audience who's going to get into a decision-making behavior with the brand. I'm repeating, going very slow to what I just said. When we are running ads for Oreo and whenever we are running any of these campaigns, yes, campaigns are designed keeping in mind both the primary and the secondary audience. So that twisted, link it, dink it, etc. It's showing like a father and a child bond, or it is showing like a family bond. Okay. So that is always designed keeping both of these audiences into mind. But when it comes to promoting a particular brand in terms of typically running ads for this brand across platforms, it's only the primary audience that we can target to. Kids may come across these ads on YouTube. Kids may come across these ads on any other print media, any other form of digital media, yes, to which they would influence their parents to get into a buying decision for the brand. So ideally, the ads are only targeted to primary audience because they will only have that capacity to make a purchase with the brand. Is this clear with everyone? Are there any questions or doubts?
So we
Yes
are
or no?
treating audience as a buyer, not as a consumer.
So we are targeting audience. Ideally, we are targeting only the secondary audience who will influence the buyers to get into a purchase decision making. Let me take another example. Phenolics pipes. Okay. It is a very serious brand. It is a B2B brand. Still, it has an page on Instagram. You know why? Phenolics pipes is a very famous brand. Still, it has a page on Instagram. Ideally, when Phenolics pipes came into the market, it was only giving piping solutions for the agricultural lands. Now it is going into buildings, it is going into all construction sites and so on. Ideally, the audience is only present on Google, Facebook, and LinkedIn for this particular brand. There is no need of this brand on YouTube. There is no need of this brand to have a presence on Instagram. Hey, nahi uska audience, but still they are on Instagram. I'll tell you why. The kids of the farmers are on Instagram. The kids of the contractors are on Instagram, who are influencing their parents and their fathers that, okay, get into this brand. This is a good quality brand, and this is what I've come to know about it. The kids are also consuming YouTube a lot, who are where they are seeing ads and they are influencing their fathers to get into a decision-making business, etc. Just for the sake of it, they have a presence on Instagram. They do not need to have a presence on Instagram. Same logic you can even apply for Polycab. Polycab is a very trusted brand when it comes to a wire industry. Generally, electricians do prefer having Polycab. Other than that, I was very closely working with that brand for a lot of years of my career. Ideally, their distribution network is very strong, which is more than enough for them to create a very strong word of mouth. But in today's time, they still have a presence on Instagram. One of the reasons is this only what I just explained. Campaigns are run giving the usability of what the brand is, what the product is all about, but the influencing power still stands with a lower section of an audience. I'll tell you one more thing. iPhone. Do you think iPhone is really like a necessity for a college going student? Who is influencing them to get an iPhone? Teenagers, right? Are influencing their parents. Are any of these ads run targeting the teenagers? iPhone का कोई भी ads कभी भी teenagers को target नहीं करेगा. It is just a style statement that they need. Of course, iPhone's ads are targeted more towards the older audience, telling this is the best pixels, these are the best functionalities, so and so. They will always promote that. This is an aesthetic photo that you can click onto an iPhone. An iPhone is an iPhone and what not. They will give you all the uses, rational reasons, etc. to purchase an iPhone. But the ideal user, who is influencing them or their parents to get them an iPhone? The college student. Same logic. Now, if I get into this more detail, okay, now this is going to be your base for even running ads, because every lecture you will have to do a detailed demographic, psychographic segmentation of your audience to tell the algorithms to reach on to the right kind of an audience, okay? Now, over here, you guys must have heard this if you are from a marketing background, somewhere or the other. First is the demographic segmentation, and second is the psychographic segmentation. Till date, after being in 13 years of the industry, 14 years of the industry, I still have a habit whenever I get a new brand of sitting down and jotting down that what is the demographic and the psychographic segmentation of my audience, then to think of a campaign and then to think of a content. So my first step would be understanding and knowing what the audience is. Okay. Now over here, can you tell me what points come under the demographic segmentation? What points would come? Content तो सब बाद में आता है. This is like the absolute base. If this base is not clear, no, you can never come up with writing a good content. Tell me, what is the demographic segmentation of an audience? What points come under that?
Area where this audience is.
Very good. Location. What else? What else? Shruti, you're on the right track. Come on, tell me more.
Location.
Age.
Very good. What else?
Gender.
Very good.
What type of job they're doing?
What type of
Like job they're doing.
occupation? Very good.
Income.
Very good. Education. Marital status. Religion can also be a part of it. Yeah. It's not important, but it is a part of it. Okay, we generally do not target people with religions, but it is just a part of it. Sometimes to understand more psychographics in detail. Not necessarily always you include it. Location, age, gender, occupation, income, marital status, religion, all of these points come under the demographic segmentation. Next is a psychographic segmentation. What points would come under that? Come on.
Values.
What did you say? Can you repeat?
Values.
What else? Come on, your thinking is absolutely bang on, all of y'all. Very good. I'm so impressed with the class.
Personality.
Opinions, lifestyle,
Behavioral
attitudes,
traits.
purchase. Sorry?
Something related to the behavior of the audience. I mean, how, yeah.
Very good. Purchase behaviors. All of these points come under the psychographic segmentation. Now, if I explain all this with an example, say for example, if it is a Pizza Hut brand, okay, and if I want to target whom I want to target in a Pizza Hut, so my age can be anywhere between 18 to 55 years of age. So I can write over here, age can be anywhere 18 to 55. Generally, if you ask me from my experience, and when you will be running ads also on Facebook, I always prefer dividing my age group. I never run ads which are such broad of an age group because it has never fetched me results. So I always divide 18 to say 30, 30 to say 55, 55 to say 65 if I want to target up to 65. But because I just want to run different kinds of age with different creators to them to get better results from the algorithm. So you always divide them into 10 years or 20 years, into 10 or 15 years of a age gap, because not more than that, because then their behavior traits different very widely. Location can also be Mumbai. Now there is this myth, there is this obsession of targeting pan-India. You can target pan-India, okay? There is no problem in that. But when India is such a diverse country with such a diverse culture, you think the purchasing behavior of everyone would be same. I'm sitting in Mumbai, you are sitting in Delhi. If I am sitting in Mumbai currently, my purchase behavior would be very different from your purchase behavior. My fashion style would be very different from your fashion style. My lifestyle overall will be very different from your lifestyle. Delhi is more about bling, is more about colors, etc. Mumbai is more subtle, more classy, etc. No offense to anyone, but fashion styles are different. Okay, eating styles are different. Tastes are different. When you go more towards the North Indian food is preferred. When you come more towards the South Indian food is preferred. And everything is different. How can your ads be same? How can your content be same? Simple logic is that. So I never plan to target pan-India. I always target city specific. So it can be Mumbai as one ad section. It can be Delhi as one ad section. It can be even combining 2 or 3 cities. It is not wrong, but never something which is pan-India. Okay. Next up over here is gender. So you can target both males and females if I want to talk about Pizza Hut. Occupation. So some would be executives, some would be managers, some would be interns, CFOs, CMOs, etc. CEOs, VPs, etc. Okay. Next is they can be an entrepreneur also. They can be an entrepreneur also. Yeah. Income status can be anywhere between 10,000 to 30 lakhs per annum, or even 1 crore per annum. Okay. Next is education. They can be undergrads. They can be graduates, etc. PhD, etc. Marital status can be both married and unmarried. Religion, I don't want to go on to. Now, psychographics is something which is very important. Now, in terms of Pizza Hut, What would be my psychographics? People who are trendsetters, people who love to travel, because do a lot of travel destinations have different pizza tastes that people can tap onto. Italy has a very different taste from US. US has a very different taste from India. Indian pizzas are also absolutely very different. So you can target people who love to travel, who are trendsetters, who are very active on social media platforms, who are fitness freak, as well as love to have their cheat dates, etc. So all of this that I was talking about is the characteristics of a day-to-day person. So you just put them into your shoes and see that if you were consuming this brand, what points would actually make you convinced to consume this particular brand, and you exactly write the psychographics as per that. This is the base of your audience. You are writing a blog, you're writing a product description, you're writing any of that sort, unless and until you do not understand the audience, the primary audience and the secondary audience from whom you are writing and why you are writing, what age group are you writing for, what occupation are you writing for, what segmentation are you writing for, what psychographics are you writing for, you can never come up with the right content. Okay? So this is why this is the most second important pillar, which comes under the 3 stages of content. Now, going on to the third pillar. Any questions so far? Next is known as content bucketing. Okay, the third stage is content formats. I've bucket them into 6 buckets. First and foremost, what are buckets? There are 6 buckets, okay? There are 6 content buckets. This is nowhere written, but this has just come after like a lot of experience in the industry as to what type of content is working the best in which bucket. Now, these 6 buckets, which I'm going to show y'all can take these buckets in 2 ways. Either you can take this bucket as an industry specific bucket, or you can pitch to a client picking up the best formats and giving a variety of content from these buckets in a month. I'm repeating what I just said and what I just wrote. There are 6 content buckets which I'm going to unveil. Don't worry of that. These content buckets can be looked in 2 ways. Either you can take it as an industry specific content bucket, or you can give like a mix of all of these content buckets and tell that, and you can pick up various different content formats from these buckets and give it like a very good mix to the client in a month in terms of handling their social medias or running ads on Google or whatever it is. Let's have a look at these buckets. So there are these 6 buckets over here. One is an entertainment bucket. One is an inspiration bucket. One is an education bucket. One is a conversation bucket. And one is a promotion bucket. I'm repeating, going very slow. One is an entertainment bucket. One is an inspiration bucket. One is an education bucket. One is a conversation bucket. And one is a promotion bucket. Either you pick up these buckets as per industry. So in entertainment bucket, what brands will come? You only tell me. What brands will come under education bucket? Entertainment bucket, sorry.
Netflix.
Hmm?
Netflix.
Very good.
Uh,
Netflix, Amazon Prime, all
Disney,
TCS,
Hotstar. Yeah.
Hotstar, Geo, blah, blah, blah. So many people will come under entertainment bucket, right? Then what will come under education bucket? Which brands will come? IIM Skills is one of
An
them.
academy.
Academy.
Academy, Byju's,
Brand.
all of these educational brands that you see, IIM Skills is there. Unlike IIM Skills, there are so many other brands also in the market, right? So all of these brands come under the educational bucket. Promotion bucket.
Filter copy. Curly tails.
Filter copy, no, will come under entertainment and conversation more.
Okay. But they also do the promotion too.
They do. I'm not saying no, but that's collaborating with brands.
Yeah.
Tell me what comes under the promotion bucket.
Social media platforms promoting, they don't do.
Brands के बारे में सोचो. Which brands will
Right.
come under promotional bucket?
Okay.
Advertising agencies also.
नहीं वो तो नहीं advertising agencies तो किधर है? Advertising agencies will give content format from these brands in the bucket. All these FMCG products, all these FMCG brands like Samsung, iPhone, Amazon, Myntra, H&M, Zara, they all will come under promotion bucket because they are promoting their products and their services, right? Not necessarily or always promoting a product only. You can promote a service also. A psychologist wants to advertise its brand, it's promoting a product or a service, right? Of giving therapy sessions. An occupational therapist is also promoting a service. So not necessarily promotion bucket is always about promoting products. It can be about promoting services also. So all these brands which are convincing you to buy products for your brands, it all comes under promotional bucket.
Like
So
by
there are these 5 buckets, okay, that we generally see. Now, first, let's have a look at different content formats that these brands are using in the industry. You just can't keep on talking about, you have to buy this product, you have to buy this product. You have to convince audience in very different ways to purchase a particular product and engage with it on the same. Now, first and foremost, so for that, you will have to come up with a lot of exciting content also, right? So this is completely different content formats. Okay, I'm talking about, then I'm going to segregate these formats as to which format works the well in the best bucket. But for that, first let's understand different content formats. So first of the content format over here is contest. Now, when I'm talking about contest, in a month, a brand should come up with one contest for the brand because it creates a very high engagement on the page. Now, algorithms do start marking your behavior as to how many people are interacting with on your page, how many people are commenting on your page. Is your page having a very positive behavior? Is your page having a very negative behavior? If they see that a lot of people are not engaging with your page or are not commenting on your page and all of that, somewhere you do get to see these adverse effects in your ads. Either they will increase your ad rate or they will not give you like a good response to the ads that you're running, all of that. So ऐसे brands don't come up with a contest. वो लोग को शौक नहीं है free giveaway देने का. But just that they get more engagement on the page and just because they give a positive behavior back to the algorithm to sustain in the market and more people can be aware about their page, they come up with contest. So in 2 months also you can come up with a giveaway. Radio cities, why do you think they come up with so much of a giveaway? Because they want more engagement happening on their radio channels, right? So for people on for brands to invest into their channels. Simple example, if a radio person is not giving a giveaway, if a radio channel is not giving a giveaway, and the brand cannot give statistics as to how many people are engaging or how many listeners are there for the brand for a particular radio channel, sorry, why will a brand invest in such a dead channel, right? So for that same logic applies in digital also, that when your page is very good, when your website is very good, when you're giving giveaways and encouraging people to participate not only on your social page but also on your website, it's giving a very positive note to the algorithm that okay, this brand is a genuine brand, it does care about the opinions of the people, and it's a good brand. I just made a statement. Somewhere I do get to see these results in when I'm running ads. I'll tell you how. This is little out of syllabus, but just hear me out. If I am getting a cost per lead, okay, like if I'm getting like a prospect customer, in other terms, for say 10 rupees on a page. So if I'm running an ad and if I'm getting like a prospect customer for 10 rupees on a page, if the behavior of my page is not good, where the engagement is not good, my content is not performing well, and all of that, people are not responding, there are just complaints on my page. If I was getting that prospect customer at 10 rupees, algorithm will start giving me that prospect customer at 50 rupees, 100 rupees, even 200 rupees. So automatically, where I could get that person at 10 rupees, I am paying a triple of it. Do you now get it? I'm repeating what I just said. एक second मैं ना एक बार dashboard खोलती हूँ. Do not be petrified looking at the dashboard, but just understand where I get to see the effect if the behavior of the page is not. And for that, content plays a crucial role, because if my content is only not good, no, people are not going to give a very good effect on my page, and I can see this in my ads that I'm running. So this is like a dashboard for running meta ads. Okay. Now over here in this dashboard, do you see this column known as cost per result? Do you see this? So if I am running multiple ads over here, okay, and this is just like a demo page. I'm not officially allowed to show any client pages. This is just like a demo page. So if I am officially running so many ads on my page, and I'm seeing that earlier I used to get like a cost per lead at 10 rupees over here. And now this ad which I run, I'm seeing a cost per result at 100 rupees or 50 rupees. My client is going to question me. Boss, why am I getting the result so high? Why is the cost per result so high? And only answer to that is that something has gone wrong. Either your content was not good, or your creative was not good, or the overall behavior of your page is not good. That's why the algorithm automatically increases this column, rate of this column. Understanding the logic now? Yes, no? That's why these content formats are present in the industry, which brands pick up these different content formats in order to advertise their brand in the absolute right sense, for their brand to actually win in the market and give the algorithm an assurance that their brand is genuinely a good brand in the market and people are happy with it. Next content format is memes. Memes work the best on any entertainment channel for sure, but also on a product page or a brand like Amazon or any of these FMCG brands. And they work the best on either a Monday morning or a Friday evening. So the best days to put up a meme when you want to like get the highest engagement on your content is either a Friday evening or a Monday morning. Monday morning, people are petrified. I mean, there are so many things to do in the day. So if you come up with a meme which is on a very lighter note, it gives a very good effect on the page. So one day, 1 week, you can put up a meme. One day you can pick up any other content format and all of that. And Friday evening, when people are absolutely in a chill pill mode and a weekend mode, you can come up with something, very relatable like this. There is, again, this is like the most commonly asked question. What if I pick up the same scenes and the dialogues of the, episodes? Will it have any copyright issue? No, it will not have. If you are giving them the credit that this is from this show, which like how it is done on the top Friends, and if you are picking up the exact dialogue and the scene of it while giving the credit that this is from this show, there is going to be no problem in that. Understood?
Yes.
Great. Next is podcast. What is a podcast? What is a podcast?
It's a long form content where a person is interviewing, not exactly interviewing, but they're discussing things.
Absolutely right. We all know Ranveer Alubadia. After the Latent show, what kind of criticism the Rebel Kid, and all of these guys came up with. If you guys are not following him, start following his content. It's amazing. One of the biggest reasons why your content can go viral as per 2024, 2025 is the podcast. A brand is now advised to at least come up with one podcast or two podcasts in a month to make it look very natural, to make it look very convincing, and to, grab more attention of an audience. So podcast is one of the most winning, what we say, formats of our content in last 2 years, which is 2024, 2025. The whole 2024 has worked on podcast and it's given amazing results to a brand. And you know what people are doing now? They just don't put a podcast on Instagram, but they even put the whole video on YouTube and they just give the snippets of those videos on Instagram. So they are doing cross-platform connections. So ideally you're earning from YouTube also and you're earning through Instagram also. YouTube पे तो एक बहुत different lecture ही होने वाला है. probably, hopefully we would be doing that together. Hopefully, I'm not sure of it. But yeah, in that you will be taught how to come up with a YouTube script, what are the monetization rules for YouTube and all of that. So like a whole lecture is going to be on that. But over here, every brand understand if they want to grow in the market, advertising on one platform is not enough. You do take the help of two platforms so that Instagram creates a curiosity and directly they go onto your YouTube channel and watch your whole video, which helps you to not only increase your watch hours, but also help you to monetize on the same. शौक नहीं है लोगों को इतना बड़ा बड़ा कंटेंट बना के दो प्लेटफॉर्म्स पे भेजने का, बिकॉज दे आर अर्निंग अ गुड अमाउंट ऑफ 2 or 3 lakhs in a month minimum. That's why they are doing that. If you must have looked at the rebel kid, Apurva, right now, she's absolutely trending on Instagram. People who do not know her, please go and see her. She's come up with a very basic content on Instagram. What is a day-to-day update? She had taken a vacation on Europe. What were her experiences on that and all of that. Why has her content gone so viral? Because she was so natural, because it made very engaging to the audience and it made very relatable to the audience. And, just because she was advertising it on both, on her YouTube channel also as well as on her Instagram channel, her per day earning or her per month earning rather is more than 2.5 lakhs to 3 lakhs. Understood? Festivals. Indians love to be greeted on a festivals. I just said at the start of my class, topical content is something which creates a lot of very high relevance. But do not forget when you're creating a festive post as to what your brand aesthetics are. Now, over here, if you look at this Lifebuoy example, it is a creative and copy both go hand in hand. It is a creative which is showing Merry Christmas greetings. We all can make out of it. But if I typically wrote this content which says that this germ spray kill is killing 99% of germs and mosquitoes, which will help you to keep away from diseases, would that have got more engagement or would this have got more engagement? This, right? So even if you are posting anything on the festive, do not forget what your brand stands for. At least have some aesthetic connection to the brand. Understanding? So even if you're putting up a content, make sure I cannot typically teach you how to write a content, but yes, I can give you a lot of interesting ideas in which you can make your content engaging. Next is video training. So when you want a lot of people coming on, this especially works very well in the education bucket. When you come up with anything into video training, step by step, when you start, uploading videos, educating them about what your course is going to be all about, or your software is all about, or some car review, or etc. Any video training that you come up with always works wonders for the brand. Tutorials. They just don't work on Pinterest, but they are one of the major reasons why your reels can go viral. BTS, showing the behind the scenes of a particular company or an industry or a startup or your struggles, etc. There are so many videos which are currently, showing a tutorial of how did I pick up this 30 days of challenge of earning 6 lakhs from my outlet. And it looks so natural. I mean, it's not just about giving tutorials on the products, but it is also giving tutorials as to how my brand went from this to this. And people are actually engaging on those kind of campaigns also. So they are giving a tutorial on how did I make 30 lakhs of sales in a month. Such an interesting tutorial to actually see it, Even I want to make 30 lakhs in a month. And if I make 30 lakhs in a month, probably in 3 years I'll retire. I'm okay with that money. So it's just that, the more you give tutorials, the more realistic it looks and the chances of your content going viral are very high. Newsletters or blogs. Let's discuss blogs in detail because this is the part of your assignment and I do not want to goof up with it. So how do you structure a blog? Okay. In a month, a brand is advisable to come up with 4 blogs or 4 newsletters for their channel. So let's write the structure of your blog. First and foremost, you need to come up with a very interesting headline for the blog. So first, your headline needs to use, so first is the headline. A headline can be regarding anything. It can be regarding an announcement of a product. It can be regarding an announcement of a new launch or a new event or anything. I'll show you some examples of it. So you need to come up with a very strong headline using some power words. So the key over here is you need to use power words in your headline to grab attention. Okay. Second part of it is the intro part, which cannot be more than 3 lines. So in the intro part, you need to come up with a hook. Hook is addressing to a problem statement. And then giving like a solution. Third is the body copy, which needs to address to that hook. So the body copy, one part of it is it can narrate a story of its origin to create like a background for it. So it can create a story of its origin. Second point is it needs to address to giving a solution to the problem that you have raised. Third point is it needs to have a call to action. CTA is nothing but call to action. It can be leading to another blog. It can be going to a product page or a website, etc. But it needs to have a call to action. So this is like a typical structure in which you write a blog. First is having a headline, which needs to have a good power of words. Second is writing 3 lines of introduction lines. Third is using it with a body copy. So you narrate a story of its origin in the start. Then you start addressing the problem to which you had written in the introduction as a hook or a subtitle. And then you end it with a call to action saying that this is, since I've addressed to your problem, you can visit my website to know more, or you can go on to this product page, or you can read another blog regarding the same. Now, let me just 1 second show you an example of this, and then I'll show you like a very interesting tool that you can, see around. Okay, here it is. I am showing very much relevant examples. So blogs can also be like press releases. So there is not like, of course, a press release is very different from a blog, but look at the headline, look at the introduction, you will understand the gist of it. So if there is any event on which you're writing a particular blog, read this caption, read this headline, and read the way the introduction is written for you to understand how they are using certain words, certain keywords, to attract the customers. So everyone, So the power word over here was the wild. The wild is like a power word that they have used over here. So a wild chapter in the museum to close after 11 years. So it's like an event that they are coming up with. And the word wild is also written in caps because it's like a power word to which they want to generate more and more attention on. Next is this. So when you're launching any product, not read everything, just read the instances of it for you to, understand how they are writing. So next up is this. So if it is like a product release, okay? Next is if it's like an award. So if you're writing like a blog for that, this generally you don't get like a lot of chances in the industry to write, but since it's a part of it. So you give like a very descriptive thing as to what is going to happen. That's like just like the base of it. A detailed analysis as to what is going to happen. Last but not the least, if there is any partnership happening. So there are quotes which are included. So there are introductions which are included. There are hook statements which are included. Everything is there. Understanding? So yeah, your body copy can also have something, your introduction. So post your introduction then also can be like a quote which is written by the brand. So yeah, there can be like a quote which is written by the brand in after the introduction because there are a lot of quotes which are used in the blogs. Now, if you are confused with not getting like the right headline and you do not know how this headline is going to work and all of that, there is a tool, which we can use in thinking of a particular headline. Okay. The name of this tool, which I want all of you all to go on to it right now, it's a hairs. It's a very good AI tool. Everything is not free in this tool, but This is like a good tool to generate. Does give like certain free credits. 1 second. You can just register onto this tool